Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing the Warfetch Taunt. Don't know how many encounters I will be able to get done today. We shall see, of course. Hopefully a good amount. Why wouldn't we be able to? Course, it always depends on how lucky do we get with the encounters and such. How well is it actually gonna be going? But yep, we're on a little bit over 1k to the new phase, or the third phase. So, I would like to say that is indeed a really decent amount of progress indeed. It's a very decent amount of progress indeed. But yeah. We shall get started then. Literally just open up the game. Literally did do that indeed. Cool thing is that we have the funny dog to be the first encounter as well. We do indeed. Unfortunately, there was the situation that the other dude did spawn in, so I need to wait a little while. see if this dude wants to be giving me another one. Nope. Well, I probably would have encountered this Stuffle anyways. But of course I want to be checking out if I will be able to get the boosted chance for the next one to be the one that you KO. Place didn't last too long. I think again I will be saying that it would be very nice that if we would be able to get 600 done today. Would be very nice. It would be very nice, of course, to be able to hit 2k. It's possible, it is indeed possible, I don't doubt that, but at the same time, it is quite a good amount of encounters. Jeez. Been a lot of Farfetch today. A lot of Farfetch today, indeed. Of course, today it's a little bit harder to be counting them, and I mean, it's not that big of a deal for me anyways. It's easy to be counting them when you know they are they have the power points to be at full. A lot here. Shocking. Very shocking indeed. Oh, good chain. Love the siege. Of the seed indeed. Would like to say that today I should at least be able to get this Pokemon to be using all the moves. Would like to say that much. It would be quite unlikely that if I wouldn't be able to do it, you know. Be quite unlikely indeed. Guess you don't have too many moves left. And I'm using them quite a good amount. Anyways. Oh, Minchino. First one of the day. That's cool. Love the siege. Haven't seen one of you today at all. I guess I could be checking out what is like today's Pokédex recommendation things. Oh, it's both Stuffle and Minchino. Okay, that's nice. That should mean that they should be more in here today. Hello there. How are you doing? Or how is everyone doing today? Anyways, hope you're having a good day. And up Farfetch, jeez. I am having an okay-ish day myself, indeed. Could be better. Could be a little bit better, indeed. I don't know what is going on with me this week. On Monday I was feeling absolutely horrible, and this morning basically the same thing. Was trying to eat and I really didn't want it. Our body didn't want to eat. The weird thing is that I'm now feeling quite fine. Of course it's an ice, but yeah. Sometimes it would be nice to know what causes things. Because then you could, you know, try to avoid them. Nothing really, I just don't know why my stomach is upset again. Because on Monday I was pretty sure that it was like we did have like Cheetos kind of snacks that was a new thing. And I tried them and they were like super salty, and after like the next day I was like feeling absolutely horrible. But today I don't really know. Because it could be, you know, that you're just hungry and you're feeling bad because of that, but you need to eat, but you don't want to eat because you're feeling bad. Lovely. But yeah. Thankfully it's not as bad as it was on Monday though. I will say that much. And honestly I'm feeling a lot better than an hour ago when I did eat. I mean, could be related to that, but I doubt it. I usually don't get anything of that sort myself. It could just be that I have some other like stomach issues anyways, that it could be related to that, but yeah, I don't know. But I will say I have been worse with my stomach issues. Oh god. Soon, drilling question mark. There's been a lot of things going on in here lately. Yeah, but it has been like okay for a few days. Like on Monday I was feeling horrible, and then Tuesday and Wednesday I was feeling fine. Then today again. It could be again because I did eat like yesterday one thing that my stomach doesn't handle too well. So I'm kind of just thinking that that is why I'm feeling like that today. But it's not like, as I said, it's nothing too serious. And the unfortunate part is that I don't know if the doctor visit will be helping too much, because I have been diagnosed with one thing that, you know, all my stomach problems could be said that that's the issue. Like, and the unfortunate part is that there can be nothing be done with it. Apart from, like, not eating anything that upsets your stomach. In this case. But it is indeed better, though, I will say. It has been indeed worse. Yeah, I didn't eat like butter, like maybe 2 handfuls of them, because they were so salty. I was like, in the moment that I was eating them, I was like, oh, already like, nope, I don't want to eat these. But of course I wanted to like eat a little bit more so I could like know that if it's the situation that, you know, I'm feeling like just the start is like bad, you know, because sometimes that's the case. You just need to like eat a little bit and then it gets better. But yeah. It was so sad because they were like a new thing, and of course like it was a brand new package and it was just feels bad to throw the whole package away. But then again, how can you know that you don't like something if you don't try it? Yeah. Because the thing is, because there is like... From the same brand, there is like... We literally call them cheese snacks. Like that kind of like Cheetos. It's like a lot more airy and they are good, so like, of course, like I'm thinking that these ones are good as well. But gotta test things to know. Yeah. At least now I know. Always funny to be having those seasonal things that you think that, hey, I could give this a try, then you buy it and then it's like, I don't want to eat it at all, and then you feel bad. Yeah, I think today is just going to be like not too bad though. As I said, I'm feeling a lot better already. I think it was mostly that I was just so hungry that I was feeling bad for eating. You an empty stomach? I try to avoid it, but sometimes it's hard. Especially when you like wake up in the morning. Because surprise, surprise, I don't eat when I'm sleeping. I don't eat when I'm sleeping. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, I'm the kind of person that, like, I know that, you know, eating, like, something not right before you go to sleep, but, you know, still before you go to sleep is good. But at the same time, I can't really do it because I can't really take a nap straight away if I have been eating. I can't, like, fall asleep because, like, it just doesn't feel good. Of course, it's the situations where you have to go ahead and lay down after you have been eating. And even though it feels bad, it is good. Yeah. Oh, first boosted one of the day. Cool. But yeah, one thing that I have always found weird is that since we buy like pre-sliced cheese, because if we buy, you know, a block of cheese, it is going bad. We don't eat cheese enough for that. But it's so weird It's so weird that like cheese usually comes in squares, but then like ham or whatever my thing, they always come in circles. I've always found it a little weird. Like surely I don't think that I can really see too many like circle cheese slices. They're usually always squares. But in some brands there is like a square like ham. It's available. This is very weird. I haven't really gotten any new shinies. Apart from yesterday, I did get a few faces for the Alpha Gudra. Apart from that, no, nothing. Haven't really been finding anything. Yeah. I know that there is like ground cheese like blogs, but like I very rarely. I don't think that I have ever seen like in stores like pre-sliced that are circles with cheese. Because I know that it bothers some people that they can't be putting like cheese and ham perfectly to the bread that they are eating. Which I have always found odd. I know, like, the only pre-sliced, like, triangle cheese that I can, like, find is, like, meant for snacking. They are not really meant to be putting on top of bread. But, like, straight away a triangle one. Like a vlog one, no, never. And the weirdest thing probably is, if you know me and if you're not from here, to be finding it weird that I can eat cheese. Because I have the funny thing that I am the lactose intolerance or whatever my thing, you know. Usually you can't be eating cheese. But thankfully most of them in here are indeed lactose free, because why not to make them? And also I usually, if I have the chance to choose, I always buy the cheese that is like kind of have been going for longer than usual. I don't like cheese that is, I guess, more springy. I like it when it's like very much like, what is it? The word that I'm trying to say, like it's very dense, I guess would be the word. Because I have noticed, or I did notice that if I eat like, I guess the dense cheese, I don't get as bad a feeling, because if it was indeed something like, is it edam in English as well? Yeah. I just always did have a bad stomach afterwards. I mean, yeah. People eat strange things. That's nothing new. For example, I don't know if it's a big thing in anywhere else in the world. But in here, people like blue cheese a lot. Which is funny because literally in Finnish we call it blue mulch cheese. It is a thing though that you either like it or you don't like it though. Because it's so strong sometimes. And the weird thing is that I like blue cheese a lot personally. But my problem with it is if it's too strong, I don't like it. Even though like I don't mind it at all. Because fun fact, during Christmas times we eat, or like some people, mostly adults, eat blue cheese on top of like gingerbread cookies. I don't know where it is coming from. I guess like adding like cheese and sweets is like good combination. I don't honestly know why else. I don't. Then again, people like different things. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not personally the biggest fan of it. I can eat like, you know, cheese plate with like some crackers. I like it. I don't necessarily like myself to be having it with the gingerbread cookies. Or whatever my things are called, the cookies that you eat during Christmas. It is indeed very interesting. The problem just is because, you know, cheese, as good as it is, of course, as it is with everything else, it's not too good for you. It's not too healthy to eat a lot of cheese. I'm gonna quickly check what that is. I'm not completely sure. Do I get the next encounter? Love it when the things want to type. Oh yeah, that one. I mean, that's okay. I like it. It isn't that big of a thing in here. But there is like some situations that it is okay, but I necessarily don't want to be going for it if I have the choice. It could be because there isn't really too good options in here, so I don't have a good experiment with them. But yeah, from what I have understood, is like a store-bought one, especially, is quite a new one in here. Like we can buy that. But I guess it's just the big hit in here because I don't see it too often anywhere. But yeah, the thing is that we're not too sure if I actually have lactose intolerance anymore or whatever my thing it is. Because I can consume in some recoils quite well, like regular milk or milk products. If it's like a raw thing, like let's say milk, I can't handle it, but if it's from like an ice cream, I don't care. It's a weird thing. And I know that it was a lot worse when I was a kid as well. Like, I remember when I was switched to be drinking other milk. It was definitely a thing of all time. But then again, that's quite a normal thing in here. Thankfully, because like in schools, we have always either milk-free option or we have milk-free option for sure, but we usually also have lactose-free option as well. Just because how common it is. You don't necessarily even need to say that you have it, because if it's like a big enough school, it's like expected that at least like one of you would be having it. And sometimes they just straight away make the big food to be lactose free because technically it's saving money, so you don't need to be, you know, be making 2 different foods. Because why not? Why waste money on that? Then weirdly enough, I don't know what it is about some chocolates. In some chocolates there is something in there that absolutely like literally makes my stomach go upside down. And I don't know what. And it's like very frustrating. Yeah, but like the lactose-free thing in here, like it is, as I said, so common in here though, so I'm surprised if they are not providing it automatically still. But yeah, there is a lot of things. Like me all of a sudden getting very sensitive to red onions. I don't know where it did come from, but it it was a thing. We don't know if I have it still because, you know, I'm a little bit afraid because I don't want to be going to the bathroom for the rest of the day. It's weird because, like, sometimes you should, like, check things out. Like, in my case, with the red onions, that I should check them out because, like, it's not like it's just like I'm gonna be just in the bathroom a long time. But, at the same time, do you really want to test it? And the thing is that it is also like if onion is like made in certain way, like in general, that is also causing some issues. Like, I like roasted onions, but I just can't be eating them. So most of the time, if there is any sort of onions in burgers in places, if I can, I will just say that I don't want it because I don't know how it is made. And maybe because some places that I have ordered a burger from that say that they have onion in them, and I'm assuming that it's onion, like you know, normal onion. It was red onion, which is a big red flag because, you know, you technically need to be saying what you're having in there. Yeah, but the thing is that we don't really use too many, like, milk products anyways. So, like, that's not an issue. But with the lactose-free stuff, I'm a little bit scared. Could be because my parents did scare me a lot of it, which is, you know, fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, the thing is, because we don't really use milk products too much, and honestly, like, the price difference between the lactose-free stuff and I guess regular stuff is not that much anyway. Sometimes it's actually cheaper to buy the lactose-free, which is interesting. I mean, I don't think that any of the cheese that I eat... I don't think the regular one is lactose-free. I think it's just regular cheese. We don't... Most of the time we don't even go for, like, lactose-free things because, like... Indeed, if it's not, like, in quotes, raw milk, I don't care. Like, raw milk is, like, one of the only things that is the thing. That's why we're kind of thinking that it's something else there. But what else is a different thing. Yeah, I don't know if that cheese is lactose free, because it's just so heavily like processed cheese. Like it's so well like going the processing stage that I don't think that it would be that much of an issue. As I said, that's the reason why I like dense cheese more, because I have seen that that's better for my stomach. And I also like the taste of it better. But yeah, there's very few things that indeed we do be eating with milk that is like for sure like lactose free. There's like straight away milk is one of them, but we don't eat it too much or consume it in any way. Like literally the only ways that we eat straight away milk is in cakes or some sort of like veg, and in mashed potatoes if we like make them from real potatoes. Because we're not the biggest of fan of milk. I don't honestly know where it does come from me. I just like I can drink it, I'm fine with it, but I prefer not to. Also, milk always reminds me of one of my teachers that she did have so dense bones that it was recommended for her not to be consuming too much, you know, milk anymore, or more calcium than anything, but you know. Which was like, jeez. I think the problem was that she was also like taking the calcium like pills for it as well. So like That's why they were like super dense. Also, in half an hour, the sun will be setting. Yay! Yeah, chocolate is nice. I don't like it as much as when I was younger, but I do be liking chocolate still. I do be preferring chocolate over candy most of the time, personally. I think the reason is because candy, for me, sometimes can be, you know, too sweet. If you have the multi-package of like just a bunch of different ones, you know. No, I don't think so. I don't think that I have. I know that there is a lot of people that actually come in here and buy chocolate and then they go back home to another country because they just like the chocolate in here. And that's not even a joke. I don't know if it's possible because nowadays you can like order from straight away from the seller. Like, can you get it to like outside of Finland or anything? Like deliver it to there? I would doubt that. It's interesting. It is indeed interesting. But those dudes that do that they will be coming in here and buying chocolate and going back. They are most likely from here originally. Then they have moved somewhere else. But it is indeed very interesting how we do be like that. But then again, there are things that you like, there are things that you don't like. I guess my problem is with actually chocolate is that I have tried like expensive chocolates, but I haven't been the biggest fan of them. But also cheap chocolate is bad. Yeah, I like a shiny Pokemon. They're funny. The funnily different colored Pokemons, they are indeed very nice. The funnily different colored Pokemons, they're lovely. Would be fun to be getting yet another phase for Farfetch'd. Wouldn't mind that. Oh, nice. It's a pretty decent shiny. Honestly, I kind of forgot that that is indeed in these games. I don't know why. Even though I can already like picture where you can get it like from the wild. Was still like, yeah, that is in the game. There's so many water Pokemon though, like, or Pokemons in the water. I'm honestly surprised that the Tentacool line is in Scarlet and Violet though. It's not like there is no ocean in that game. Or like anyways like some sort of like, you know, jellyfish Pokemon anyways. So there's a lot of Pokemons that I'm surprised that aren't in there. It could be fitting, especially for the ocean. And there's ones that are added there that don't really make too much sense. Yeah, but then again, there's always games that you like and the games that you don't like. I know for most Pokemon players it was the overworld Pokemons that were the issue, mostly for shiny hunters, but yeah. It is indeed the case. For me the problem was that it is just not performing as well. Yeah, the terraforms they are cool as a feature. I guess they would be like more of a thing for you if you would be doing like battling. Like they could be like very useful if you're like actually battling with, you know, people. But I don't do that. So yeah. It's a cool feature though, like as most of the like gimmicks for the generations or regions tend to be. But yeah, it's a cool thing. Of course, they always want to be trying new things. And you know, completely understandable. But yeah, it's a cool feature. But yeah, I'm not usually like that big of a fan of the like gimmicks of Pokemon games. Like they are cool, but I don't tend to use them too much. With Terralizing, the good thing is that you can use it pretty much whenever. Take into the constant, like you need to be, of course, be charging your crystal after each one, but apart from that, like pretty much whenever. With Dynamaxing, the problem is that even though it's a cool thing, you can't do it in too many places. And I just don't like the limitation of Gigantamaxing for only certain Pokemons. Surely it's cool, but I think there could have been more, honestly. Spaghetti and Gigantamaxing as an option. Let's go Pikachu. I don't know, it's a cool game. I will say that in my opinion it's quite expensive for what it is. But PDSP, I will say, really depending, in my opinion, have you played through the original ones or not? That really depends on that. Because I think that people, as myself, that haven't played through the original Diamond and Pearl tend to like it more, because like I understand that people didn't like it, but at the same time for me, because I haven't played through the original ones, I did like it. And also you need to remember that it wasn't made by Game Freak. And I think like most people tend to forget that. And I would like to say that that is indeed a big thing, but I will say that it's a cool game. As I said, I like it personally. I know that a bunch of people didn't like it. For the reason being that like it wasn't a Platinum remake. Because you know Platinum is the best version of Gen 4 Shino games. Which is fair enough as an argument, but then again, I have talked about this before. Remakes, they are almost never about the third game. Very rarely that they are. And I will say personally, I didn't like the Elite Four. It was a little too difficult for my liking. Considering that Cynthia has the best Pokemons ever with like good stats, good natures, good abilities. So as like a regular player that doesn't do battles and don't want to be training the entire team to be the best that it is, it was hard. And the thing is, if the whole game would be like that difficult, it wouldn't be too bad, but like literally the end of the game is like pretty much here is shit for you, deal with it. Yeah, Arceus was a cool game as well. Definitely different experience indeed. Again, some people liked it a lot and some people didn't like it too much because, again, overworld Pokemons being a thing. Or I guess overworld Chinese mostly, but you know. As I said, I don't mind them myself. You know, they want to test new things out, and that's completely understandable and fair enough. Catch. You come to sleep. But yeah, as I like to say, there is games for everyone. You don't need to like every game. Because I think it should be as easy. If you don't like the game, don't play it. I don't know. Is it that hard to do? Is it that hard to do? If you don't like the game, don't play it. That is the reason why, for me it is the case that, for example, with my shiny hunting, if I'm not feeling doing that hunt that day, I'm doing something else. That's why I have multiple different hunts at the same time. So I can do, you know, the one that I'm feeling that day. That's the reason why they do be taking so long to do. I mean, it should be like 45 euros. It is a pretty good game. I did play through it last week, actually. The Returns one, the Switch one. It's a pretty cool game. Don't expect it to be too hard because, you know, it's a children's game, but it's a pretty cool story. I liked it, personally. Yeah, I will say that, yeah, it is kind of too easy, but then again, as I said, it's a children's game. What can they really do too much to make it too hard, though? You know? I think is, at least in here, is 7 and up rating. But it really depends. I will say that I don't know, if it would be coming to sale for like a decent price, then yeah, I don't. As much as I like the game, I don't think that it's 45 euros worth of a game. Yeah, but you know, it's children's game. It can't be too bad. There is some interesting things that probably could be like borderline. Is it could be showing to kids or not? I'm not gonna be spoiling too much if you want to play the game, but yeah. It was the case with the original one as well, though, that there was some, like, questionable things that is it okay for children? But then again, do they understand it is a different thing? But still. But yeah. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. As I said, I don't think that it's 45 euros worth of a game. I think, like, as I said, if you would be finding it in a sale, then maybe. One thing that I'm generally, yes, I will be using the same words to describe the same thing. Let's go. I'm like actually very interested to like check out what would be the speedrun things for the Detective Pikachu Returns. Because, you know, it's fairly linear game, so you can't really be going out of your way, I don't think. I'm like generally interested in. I have been meaning to be checking it out, but it has kind of, you know, I've been forgetting to do it. As you know, there is like speedruns for like any game, pretty much. Even how boring it would be sounding. Yeah, let's do a Nuzlocke in Detective Pikachu. Let's go! How is that possible? uh... Yeah. Because it's interesting because like for one like to the more linear games like Detective Pikachu is, it's interesting that the speedruns for those games they are like quite unique still. And it's interesting that so many people are like interested in playing them. But then again, why not? Then again, why not though? Yeah, thanks for being here and have a great day. But yeah, in general, I'm Quite surprised about one fact, Joe. Thanks for the luck. Appreciate it. I'm generally interested in that. Oh, hello. That. No, there has been a lot of things going on lately in certain games. They're not as big thing anymore, the 100 days. In most cases, in some games, it's a year in that game. You don't see too often in Pokemon format because it doesn't really work. Because most of the Pokemon games, they do be working with the real life clock, more or less. But yeah. It is interesting though, very interesting indeed. Because there's like, honestly there was for a while quite a good amount of the fusion Pokemon game or fan game content a lot, which is, you know, understandable. Because, you know, it was a big thing, everyone liked it. But a lot of that, it has calmed down for like quite a while for now. But what now then? Now then it seems to be like it isn't as popular as the fusion one was. But it was still quite a big thing. Or is a big thing right now. It's a gym leader one. Which is, you know, again, fair enough. My only problem with like those like fan game ones is that if I have seen one, I don't want to be watching anymore because it's gonna be pretty much the same story every single time, so like it's very unfortunate. Of course there could be the thing that maybe the person that is, you know, playing it is making it more interesting, but apart from that, it's just like not the most exciting thing, I guess. But still people like them and it's understandable. It's just it's hard to be doing like any type of challenge to Pokemon games that would be working in other games. As I said, with the 100 days challenge, the problem is that as I said, in most games the time goes based on the real life. And that usually doesn't like happen in any other games. There is like day is like a set amount of time, or you can somehow be like influencing it by going to sleep earlier. I mean, I know that there's still a variant that probably is used in like Pokemon games, is doing this for this amount of time. Usually it's 24 hours or 50 hours that I have seen. Unlike those like working Pokemon games, but unfortunately the day thing doesn't really work. There is currently only 2 Pokemon main series games that I think they could be working, kind of. It's a weird thing. And they are Scarlet and Violet for sure. Because, you know, the day and night cycle is the thing there, apart from if you're doing the Kitakami story, then it's another thing. But apart from that, you know, day and night cycle is the thing. But another one that it could be working on in somewhat would be Legends Arceus. It's not gonna be working as nicely because you can first of all be controlling the time of day, but you know it can be done in like some other games as well, so it's not the end of the world. But the other thing is that the time of day can be kind of forced in that game if you're playing through the story. And it's not like you can, especially in Legends Arceus, it's hard to make certain tasks. Like in some other games you could be doing like what is considered for that game to be either completing each, like getting through a certain thing, or like set up your own goals. But with Legends Arceus there really isn't anything else apart from set up being the goal to be getting a certain star rank, or like getting the shiny charm, I guess. Yeah. That's why I think like those kinds of things, they don't go too well with Pokemon, because Pokemon works so differently from any other game. And you know, you can't be as creative in Pokemon games as you can in most other games. Surely you can still build your own team and stuff like that, but apart from that, nothing really. Unfortunately. Well, yeah, it is interesting. Very interesting indeed. And the thing is that I most likely, if I'm not gonna be doing it any earlier, the next time I will be doing this hunt will be a week from now. For obvious reasons, in my opinion. I'll be doing that indeed. I would like to say that I will be doing each. Still a little bit more. Would like to say that indeed. Like to. Yeah, well, I would like to indeed be doing this hunt again, like, quite a bit. Because indeed, I would like to get a phase before next month. For the reason being that, or at least like if I don't get it like during this month, I would be like at least on the beginning of the next month. Because, you know, I probably will be wanting to do some wintry hunts, you know. I think I would be liking to do that. As I said, at least I will be doing Delibird like around Christmas time. I don't know still, like right now, since, you know, there is the moving thing around that time. I don't know how much I will be doing each, but we shall see. But then again, if I don't get it, it's not the end of the world, because, you know, it's more of the thing that why not to be hunting it around that time? Why not, you know? Because I think for like if I would indeed be able to get a face on this, then I probably would be liking to do both December and January more of like wintry hunts. But of course it will be going for whatever I will be feeling. You know. As I said, I'm probably gonna be doing another Darumaka phase. Not completely sure where exactly. I could be doing again in the wild area, or I could be doing it in the... I could be doing it in the mainland as well, in the Route 10, I'm pretty sure. I could be doing it there. But we shall see indeed. But I will say that I will definitely do a Darumaka face at some point. I will indeed. Oh, used stuff, all you say? I'll be checking it out in a second. You do be having some yellow on you, but not on the actual Pokemon, unfortunately. And I can't be bothered to be getting the what's from you. And though I'm kind of looking for them, but at the same time, it's not that much you get from these anyways. Also, it's kind of a waste of time. Because indeed, if I would really like to be getting a lot of what's for the fossil hunts at some point that I will be doing, I will be doing the funny thing of the thing. I will be doing the funny thing of a thing, indeed. I'll just be gathering them then, you know. I think I still have like a decent amount of them from the last time that we did indeed look for them. Yeah, I have a decent amount of watts. I would like to say that that should be giving me a good amount of fossil parts. It's just going to be such fun a time to be doing each, getting the fossils, because you will need to be getting lucky enough. And I still think the way that I will be doing it is to like see which parts I have the most and then hunt that, because I don't care which one I will be going for. I think I will be going with that, and then I will do a very smart thing that probably no one has ever thought. Definitely not being sarcastic. Is to just either catch a lot of Pokemons if I don't have enough, but definitely be giving the other fossils for like Pokemons to be holding. For the reason being that then I don't, you know, accidentally be... And then I don't accidentally be like reviving the wrong one in quotes. And the other thing is that I don't know how many I would like to do per research. I know some will be going for hundreds at a time. But my problem with going 100 at a time is that... What if you get it very early? Or like, if you're like doing... like collecting them all at once, which I'm not doing. Like, what if you would be doing that? You'll be collecting everything first and then checking them. What if you get it on the first ones? And the other thing is that if you're doing the way that I'm gonna be doing it, like, what if I have 100 of them and then I find each at the check number like 80 or something like that? I think it's just a little waste. I think I probably will be doing like maybe 25 at a time. And I will say that I'm not gonna be using any like turbo controllers or anything like that for that as well. Because I don't want you. I want to suffer through it the way that it's intended. The only problem that I could see with that hunt specifically will be that... how exhausting will it be? Yeah, it's indeed interesting. Thank you. Funny things indeed. But yeah, I hope the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you'll be able to find whatever you're looking for indeed. Hopefully indeed. But also hydrate. There we go. Did you know that if you're thirsty, if you're gonna be drinking something, it's gonna be feeling that you're not thirsty. Shocking news, I know. Very shocking news indeed. One thing that I will say though, like actually being serious right now, is that I'm surprised that, you know, usually in here when there is snow on the ground, it's very helpful that it's not like feeling that it's so dark. It hasn't been a thing yet so far this year. It could be because, like, all the snow that we have been having so far this year, it's like there is barely any of it where, like, we are, like, right now. So, you know, it doesn't really, like, you know, reflect your light or anything like that. Because I will say, when I was visiting my father last Sunday, it was a totally different scenery there. Totally different. It was like snow everywhere there. And then again, it is like that. For whatever reason, like that place where my dad does live, that place tend to be getting like snow that is like, you know, staying quite early. Even though it's not that like far from here. Even though I like to joke that it's, you know, so much in the north. It's really not. It's only like max an hour away from here. So yeah, it's not like it's that far away, but it's interesting. It's interesting to notice that even the places nearby have such drastic weathers indeed, because there is like a place somewhat close by that I'm pretty sure that holds the almost every year the record for the most amount of rain. And it is indeed the case, like, quite literally, that in there might be raining in, and then, like, a little while away from there is no rain at all. But to be what it do be, you know? Hello there. Hello, little fella. I wonder when I'm gonna be getting my next Mark Shiny. I mean, most likely the option is during this month, especially on the 29th. But apart from that, I wonder if I will be able to get one sooner, you know? Quite cool if I would be able to. It's not like I'm necessarily trying for them, of course. Like, I'm just, you know, trying to get shinies. I will say though that I will hope that marks are going to be a thing going forward. I hope that that will be the case. Because I think that would be quite cool. Even though they don't do anything too much, but at least... Even though I have been saying that I would wish the Pokemons would be having more personality in them. The marks kind of do that. But I still would wish that there would be like a visual difference between your Pokemon and the wild Pokemon, you know? As I said, like the thing that all Pokemon they kind of look the same. But like with pets, indeed, it's the case that every one of them has something going on that like tells them apart. There are very rarely the same exact one, you know. It is indeed quite rare like that. But yeah, do be interesting indeed. Also, I don't know why, but I always find it hilarious that there was like a quiz or something like that. I don't know if it still exists, probably. At least there was. There was a quiz for Gen 1 bird Pokemon that can't fly and is in the flying type. Because I will say there is honestly not that many birds in Pokemon games that aren't flying type. Which is, you know, fair enough, you know, since, you know, birds, their kind of thing is flying. Thing is indeed quite the flying. But I think we should be getting more birds that wouldn't necessarily be having the flying type. Because... why wouldn't we be able to? But yeah, I would quite like that. Anyways, I would like to get like Pokemon's, even though it has been the case for quite a while and is done every once in a while as well. Pokemons that don't necessarily be the type that they should be, you know, based on like real life. I will say though, I don't know why, but I would absolutely love to get another eel Pokemon. Eels, they are scary. I will say that much. It could be dark type for sure. I don't necessarily want it to be an electric type because then it would be like too close to the Dynamo line. But I also don't want it to be a water type. Definitely a dark type though. It could be just dark though. Could be just dark. Also, one thing that I would wish to be the case, even though I always like my double types, or dual type Pokemons, I guess would be the correct way to say it. But I would wish that we would have more single type Pokemons nowadays, still like new ones to be added. Apart from normal type. Apart from normal type indeed. I think that would be quite cool. As I said, it is quite boring, but you know, still would be quite cool to be getting them. I'm going indeed to the same train that I would wish that we would be getting flying or birds that aren't flying types. I think we could be using some more like new ones. There is a good amount like old ones for sure. Anyways, stretching time. There we go. It's nicer now that I've stretched. Also, apparently there was today something going on outside of the window. I guess the cat was very excited to look outside. There hasn't been too many things going on there lately. She likes to stare though there. And we are indeed going to be doing cleaning this week. Most likely on Sunday. You know, kind of the Christmas cleaning. Thankfully we have done some things for it already, so it's not that bad. Indeed, we did already clean up the kitchen and the living room, I think. I'm not sure, a long time ago, so those don't need that deep of a clean. But, you know, it's still quite a good amount of work. But we're thinking that we should be able to get it done in one day, you know. And then we're gonna be... Even though we don't do too many of them, we're gonna be putting on the Christmas lights with the windows. Because why not? We are already cleaning and the place would be now cleaned, so why not to put it there, you know? Why not, indeed? But yeah. And we don't do too much of Christmas decorations, and we don't usually do them too early. Because most of the Christmas decorations that we do is whenever we'll be getting, you know, the tree. And, you know, from there, when we will be putting on everything else, because, like, every single decoration is in the same spot. And also, like, at least I'm not that type of person that needs to have them on like too early. It could be because then my thing is that I don't honestly just like pay attention to them, so I think they are kind of pointless because of that. And the other thing is that way too early for me at least, indeed. I know that like when I was a kid, we did like start we did start quite early on the Christmas decorating. And like what I remember from that is that some of the things were falling apart in the middle of December. Because we like used some wall decorations that was literally stick to the wall with tape. So you know they don't they don't be there for too long. And the tape was quite old. We like used every year, or as long as we could, we would be using the same tape. So, after a few years, they're not gonna be folding too well. And I guess the bigger thing as well would be if we would be like changing, are they curtains? Are they curtains? What I'm thinking? Yeah. If you'll be changing like curtains or rugs or something like that, then it... Like, of course, so we would be changing them at the same time as we're cleaning. But we don't really change like that. First of all, we don't have any, and I personally think that it's not really worth it. My reasoning for that is because I remember that it was such a pain to do with my parents. Because my mom specifically wanted to be like switching the curtains like I think 6 times a year even. It's during Christmas and Easter, then for summer and then for fall. Maybe there was one more time. It was like sometimes there was like special days as well that we did change them as well, but I hated it. But thankfully it was only for like main rooms, like living room, kitchen, that kinds of things, so it wasn't literally every single wall or every single room. Like, of course, like if you would like to, then yes, but nah, for me. I honestly still don't know, because like, of course, like when you're a kid you enjoy Christmas like somewhat, but I don't know where it did come from for me that I don't necessarily like it anymore. But then again, you live, you learn, do you like things or dislike things, and it's completely fair, nothing wrong with it. It's just like one of those things that I find weird, but like completely understandable at the same time, One of the one of the many things that are for me like that. Could you? Thank you. Oh yeah, the list of brown shiny Pokemon. Favorite brown shiny Pokemon has to be... I don't know. Why it is on brown? I still don't really understand. Anyways... Imagine if at some point we would be having another, like, trio or duo, whatever thing, like, legendary, like, group like that. What if we would be getting another one in there? Like, weirdly enough, I'm thinking that the legendary birds of Kanto, they could be getting one. Even though it kind of goes with Lugia and everything like that, but I'm kind of thinking that it could be, you know, water type. And like when it's like flying or like anyways on its wings, there will be water drops dropping down. Why did I encounter you? I don't know. Yeah, I think that we could be having another legendary bird on from the Kanto region. But then again, I think it's quite unlikely because we did indeed be getting the Galarian forms for them. It would be quite unlikely to be getting another member to the team there. I think just because, even though I would absolutely love to be getting another legendary beast, I just don't think that it would be too fitting considering that they have quite a good thing going on with the legendary beasts. Like, why are the types that they are? Because of the burn tower, you know? I don't think that I would like that to be changing. Same with the Hoenn, like legendary or Poxardress and legendaries. I don't think that there should be another one. I don't know, I'm kind of thinking that maybe for maybe Latias and Latios could be getting a third member, but they also did get Mega Evolutions. Oh, we could be getting another one there. Could be. It's not really one that I would like though, but there's potential for each. Shino is another one of those that I don't think that we should be getting anything there. I was kind of thinking that could we be getting, like, since, you know, Darkrai is the bad dreams and Cresselia is kind of the good dreams. Like, there could be a neutral one. But, again, I don't know. Would it be too necessary? I also did skip over Regis because I already have something going on. So I don't think that well, they have a potential, but I don't know. Don't know indeed. Then. Is there anyone else on Gen 4? I know there's quite a good amount of like standalone legendary slash mythicals in Gen 4. Like Arceus is kind of on its own, even though it's technically part of the creation trio by creating them. But, you know, still. There's Heatran. Shaman as well, that like they are kind of like just alone there. Gen 5. I don't think that we will be getting anything from the Sword of Justice, especially considering that we did get Keldeo as well. And I don't think that there will be anything shoe-fitting there anyways. Then there is the funny guys of like the legendaries that are on the boxes and kind of Kyurem. It is kind of on the boxes, but you know, it's not as a Kyurem. Yeah, those ones, I mean, the only thing that they could really be, in quotes, be adding to that would be to show the original dragon. But then again, it would just... Technically, it should be just like combining every Pokemon to one. You know, Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem to one. But technically, would be like a new one. Kind of, I don't know. Weird things to think about. Then again, I don't think that there is any more on Gen 5 that would be like a lone thing. There's Gen 6, and the only ones that I can think of again are the box ones plus Zygarde in this case. I don't think that they should be getting another one either. Because I don't really know what it could be. I don't really know what it could be. Because they have like everything going on there to be making quite a balanced one there. And Gen 7 is also one of the ones that I don't think that we should be getting anything more in there. As you know, the legendary trio or the box art, they complete each other. Also, it would be quite hard to be making something as well because of the thing that is called the legendaries that are in the box. They get re-evolutions, that is like making things a little complicated in that regard. Then what? And then there's also the Chapus, but I don't think that there should be... Why again? I don't know. I don't think that there should be any more Chapus, because the Chapus, they make sense that there is 4 of them. Maybe there could be the ultimate Chapu, but... nah. Nah. They don't need one. Then Janaid again, I don't think that there is really anything to add. I guess the only one that I really wanted to add to is indeed the legendary birds. Kencho ones that I would like to get a water one there. Because I just think that it would be cool to be getting a water bird that, like, when it flies, it would be dropping drops of water, because, you know, it's literally water like that. I think that would be quite cool. Yeah, it is quite unlikely. It is quite a rare thing anyways that we will be getting new like Pokemons through legendary, like trios, duos, whatever things. First it happened with the Reggies. They did get 2 new ones in this game. Then there was Cheaties, the Buff Glow dudes. I did get a 4th one, which is still like quite a questionable thing for me, that why can't it be existing like nowadays, but anyways. It is a weird Pokemon, to say the least. I don't necessarily mind it, it's just... I've never liked that trio anyways. Adding a 4th one wasn't helping my case. Especially because it was such a pain to be catching them in Legends Arceus. Oh god. But I mean, technically there could be more for that trio. I don't think that the Buff Cloud dudes need another one. That also kind of begs the question, like, is the 4th member there? Is it going to be available in future Pokemon games that are like in the present day? Are they, or is it gonna be a thing then, or is it just gonna be stuck to one game only? Also, I will say one thing, that if you would be liking to get multiple of the... I don't remember the Pokemon's name, but if we wanted to get a multiple of them, it's a pain. Because you need to complete the whole game. No, thank you. For one Pokemon. It's like, it's just so... It's not ugly. I mean, they all kind of are. It's just... Why? Why so much trouble for one Pokemon? Yeah, enormous. is the Pokemon. Eh. It's a love-hate Pokemon. It is, like, it's a cool concept and everything. I don't mind it. Like, of course, it's so nice to be getting for the Buff Cloud dudes to be getting a female one, but it's just, you know, strange when you discover, like, Pokemons that are part of a trio from the past. And indeed, it begs the question, are they gonna be available going forward or not? Are they just indeed gonna be only in that game? Because I will say one thing, that it is gonna be weird if it's gonna be available in games going forward. Especially if it's going to be available in the... Especially if it's available in the funny... most definitely upcoming remakes of Gen 5. Like... I don't know. Maybe there will be in the Gen 5 remakes. There is going to be the thing of... they are all gonna be female instead. They all are gonna be replaced by female ones. That would definitely be interesting. I don't think that if I would be personally be liking it, but you know, interesting nonetheless. Would be very interesting indeed. To see, maybe one day indeed. Because if it would have been the case that enormous, I don't know the thing. If it would be only available in Legends Arceus, like not being able to transfer to any other games, you could be making the... you could be making the argument that because you captured it in the past, it has stayed in your Pokeball forever. And there is like only one, of course, like we are thinking that there is only one of each Pokemon, even though there is a million different players. And yeah, it's interesting to think about though. Very interesting indeed. Is it going to be indeed available in some other game someday? I guess a catchable. Or is the only game that it's available to be captured Arceus for the rest of time? Video, thanks you. Oh, hello there, Swirlix. I would still wish one thing though. in Sword and Shield, even though I like them as games. Since there isn't too many Pokemons, you know, appearing in routes specifically, why can't every Pokemon when they spawn in make a sound? Like wait a little while longer so like, you know, they can all be making the sounds. Because I remember that it was the case in like Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Or it's still a thing, you know. But anyways, that you can hear a certain Pokemon always when they spawn in. Every single time. Which of course like made those Pokemons be still be noticeable. When they, you know, spawn in and, you know, if you want to capture it, you can. And as I said, there really isn't too many Pokemons that are in, like, for example, in this route. So, like, in my mind, they could be doing it. And I don't think that it could be would be causing too many issues either. I don't think that it would. As I said, just limited the routes. I understand that it would be quite a mess in like wild areas because there's so many of them. Anyways, Pokemons do be here indeed. Also, I don't know what is going on with me lately. You know, dreams are weird. But lately I've been seeing, like, with multiple different games, like, a dream about that game. Like, there has been indeed multiple games, it hasn't just been the one game. I mean, I know that it technically could be having something to do with it that I play the games. Shocker. But it's just weird because usually if I would be seeing a dream about a game, it would be, you know, just that game for like a while. And then it would be quite some time before I would be having a dream about the game or another game. It's very weird indeed. But dreams tend to be like that though. Half of the time they don't make any sense at all. And sometimes in the future you're just like, I have been in this place before, feeling will be happening. And sometimes it's weird because I've been having those kinds of dreams. And it can be like several years and I still remember. I still remember, you know, the things. Oh, far-fetched. Let's go. Start a chain. It would be quite nice if we could start a good chain out of this. Would of course be really appreciating it, but no, save the game. I don't know, I'm also might be soon considering to be adding Glimwood Hunt again. Oh. Trying to get away from the other one. Then you spawned in there. But yeah, I just was thinking that both like on Tuesday and today that I would just like to, you know, hunt this. You know, I'll probably indeed be having Glimwood again soon-ish. While I will be doing this. I guess it's like my way to be getting hang of hunting, since it was indeed a while since I was hunting. Was indeed a while. It's like a week of break. Week worth of break there. It has been a while since I've been doing, you know, this kind of hunting anyways, because the last one was Pumpkaboo before that. And you know, that just barely was in the October, so like, it's been a while since I've been doing, you know, these hunts indeed. These random ones that also are the overworld ones as well. I don't know why, but I want to again check on a thing that I'm fairly certain that I'm correct about. Are you there? I like that. Yeah, it's indeed like that. It do be. It's indeed very unfortunate that Farfetch'd, I've been talking about this, it's only available in 2 places in this game. Both games it's 5% Pokemon. In both games it's a 5 in both games, in both places it's a 5% Pokemon. Oh, cool. And the thing is as well that it's only Overworld 1. It isn't like available at all, like as a random encounter. Which I find a little weird because it could be like available in few more areas, but just to be a random one instead. It could be quite cool. One thing that I would be hoping to be the case at some point in the future again, that in the same game we would be able to get two versions of the same Pokemon, like for example it's the case in Scarlet and Violet, you know, in Paldea you will be able to get Paldean Wooper, and in Kitakami you'll be able to find the Chojonian Wooper. It's quite cool, and I would wish that we'll be able to have that, but maybe in a way that it would be quite unlikely, but it would be cool to be having the case to be that in the base game you would be able to find, like, you know, the normal regular one, and then like in a DLC or somewhere else you would be able to see a regional variant of each. Maybe not like directly to be in the other region, but you know, being close enough to each is what I'm thinking. That is indeed what I would be thinking with that. Like, it would be close enough to the other region that it would be the other region's form. Also, now it kind of feels weird to be saying that it's Chotonian Wooper. Because, you know... it is quite like that indeed. Of course I understand, like, it did, like the original one, like, where it is from, it's like, was originally found in there, but it's still quite interesting indeed. It's interesting how sleepy I was feeling earlier, that right now I don't feel like feeling that I'm sleepy at all. And the weird thing is, because it's been quite a while since I've been like eating anything anyways, it'd be one of those days that it just takes a while to wake up. I don't think that I have ever personally tested, you know, cold shower in the morning to be waking you up. Which I like get it why it is like working, you know, it kind of like wakes up your body in that way that it's so cold. But I will say that still my problem with taking showers in the morning is that they will be making me sleepy. And if I would be taking a shower in the evening, they will be making me feel awake. So sometimes it's annoying to be taking a shower at the right time. I think it's of course more to do with the temperature that you're taking the shower than anything else. Like if you're taking a nice warm shower, it might be making you to be sleepier. It could be. But the other thing is that I'm also like... I have never really been a morning shower person, especially during the winter times. Because, you know, it's cold outside. It's cold outside and, you know, if I need to be leaving soon, I don't like to take a shower. Which usually happens, you know, in school mornings. So, yeah. I tend to not do that. And the reasoning is because, like, my ears, they don't take it too well. They don't take it too well indeed. Like, feel really, like, cold afterwards, and they get, like, very cold if I would be taking a shower in the morning. Or before I need to leave somewhere. In the winter times. Which, as I said, makes sense. Indeed. But it is a little weird still. It's a little weird still. Thankfully the solution for that is not to be having to shower in the morning in the winter times. Easy as that. Of course there might be some situations where I'm gonna be taking it anyways, but... still. So one thing that I did find interesting today, since I was searching so like far-fetched, is that it's interesting that they only started to use the name leak in this game for the held item. It's very interesting. They didn't use it like anywhere before it. It was a stick. Which is weird because it always looked like the leak. So it never really looked like a stick. It's a very interesting choice indeed. It's like one of those things that I think that it should have changed earlier, you know. I think it should have changed earlier indeed to being the league instead. Because there has been quite a good amount of things that have been like, in quotes, being fixed very early. Like into the series, but it's interesting that Farfetch'd league, it has been a stick for certainly most of the time. I wonder if it's gonna be a league going forward, or is it gonna be reverting back to being a stick instead? I wonder. That spot is popular for being a boosted Pokemon, interesting. Just were like there before like that, but now you're saving Chino instead. It's also interesting the thing about that. And why did they make the XP share not be able to be turning off? As I said, for me personally, it's not that big of a deal. I'm completely fine with it. I'm fine with putting Pokemon to the PC if I don't want them to be getting the levels. It's interesting that they decided to like make it not an option anymore. It's not like there would have been confusion in that, like people wouldn't know how to turn it on because it's, you know, automatically on, and then you can turn it off if you would like to. But the thing is, as much as I would like it to be like an optional thing, at this point it's just seeming so unlikely it's gonna be optional. I think it's gonna be just forever going to be on kind of thing. It would be kind of cool, I guess, as well, if it's like you have this on, or else be having it as an option, like do you want it or not? Because, you know, it's one of those things like running that you basically have it from the beginning of the game. In some games it's literally from the beginning, in some games you need to be going a little bit. But at least it's not like you need to be pressing down a button anymore. Which is very nice. I like it, and that is indeed a feature. I like it indeed. I mean, could there be an option for like toggling it on and off? Yes, there could be, but I don't think that it's too necessary. I don't think in Pokemon games it's too necessary to be moving too slowly. I mean, it was the thing in PDSB that if you would be using the D-pad, then you could be walking instead. But apart from that, I don't think that it's a bad thing that you're automatically running. As I said, I don't think that there is really a reason that why would we Why would be only be having an option for the running? Because of course you can still like move the sticks just slightly and then you wouldn't be running. Of course, is it annoying to do? Yes. But then again, also random encounters aren't as big of a thing. You can avoid them quite easily if you don't want to encounter them. So I don't really see that like that big of a thing. That's probably why it was nice in PDSP indeed be having the D-pad as an option. Because there you can be controlling what you encounter and what you don't encounter. Apart from using repels, I guess. But, you know, if you can be bored with them. Oh. Check number 400 of the day. Been again relatively fast. Yes, indeed. It would be definitely slower if I would only be encountering the Farfetch'd, for sure. Most definitely would be. That's why I'm encountering other things as well, because first of all I don't mind to be getting them as shinies, and also the numbers go up by quite a large margin. And it's the case that I don't think that it is always that much faster to be like running around until you see, in my case, the Farfetch'd. I don't think that it's necessarily a good idea for that. Because there's always the chance that after you encounter one of these funny little fellas that is in the Farfetch, that the Farfetch will be appearing. But I might be resulting into that if indeed Farfetch'd is the only one that I'm missing in here. May or may not be the case. I'm surprised that that wasn't an encounter. Oh, fishing? Who would have thought? It's a Magikarp. I mean, Coldeen has the boosted thing going on today, but it is what it is. I will say still probably one of the nicest thing to come from Sword and Shield is that, even though it was present in Let's Go as well, but still. Probably the nicest thing is indeed there is no random encounters like that are forced, I guess, like you don't have any control over them. It's especially nice in water. I mean, you could argue that Sharpedo in the DLC is one of those. But technically you can still like get rid of it without encountering it. It's definitely nicer that, you know, it's not like every child is a grass patch. Well, then again, I guess it makes, you know, I guess it makes the fun part of it a way that you'll be struggling in caves. But honestly, I will take that. And it's not like there's too much water in this game anyways. Honestly, in most Pokemon games there isn't too much water anyways. Like, probably the biggest water area in this game would have to be, you know, the Isle of Armor. And in there isn't that many places that you have to go to. You can go there, but you don't have to. One thing that I have always found to be interesting overall is that, considering that, you know, cold weather has been, you know, a thing for quite some time, it's interesting that not too many things are built for each, like to be lasting in cold weathers. Thankfully things have been getting better nowadays. It's not just that big of an issue anymore that certain things would just absolutely stop working if it's too cold. It's like interesting. Of course, like there is like certain like extreme like cold weathers that is like hard to test on. But like still, I mean, I will say that they don't also chew well if it's too hot either though. So yeah, there's that as well. But it's still like pretty interesting though. I wonder, like, of course they probably will be trying to be making them to be lasting longer in the colder weathers as well, but you know, it can be a little bit harder to do. can be. Because I remember that I had a friend whose phone would, like, always when it was cold, like if it was like minus 10 degrees Celsius, the phone would be turning off like half the time. And I will say that that would be quite frustrating. I mean, it was an old phone, so like it did have the age thing going on as well. But still, as I said, cold weather, it has been a thing for a while. Has been a thing for a little while indeed. It's not like it's anything new. At least if you ask me. I mean, of course, it's also the thing that what different people think as the cold weather. For sure. But then again, it just really depends on where you're from. And I also guess because it also has quite a bit of things to do, like how different places are hit by like the weathers as well. Because there is a place that, in my opinion, not too far away from here, like when it's hot in there, it's like ridiculously hot. And it's like, yeah, it's not that far away from here. It's just interesting. Kind of the same thing that there is indeed some areas that they do be getting cold easier than other places. And then there was the place that I used to live in that did change quite drastically. Is it like, is it hot or cold, or like both extremes there? It wasn't that bad like when I was like growing up there. It seems to be a lot worse nowadays. Thankfully you were a Stuffle, because if you would have been something that I would have liked to encounter, I wouldn't need to be encounter you anyways. Because you were a little bit... a little bit of a surprise there. I was going too fast, indeed. One thing that I have always found to be a little strange in Pokemon games is that, you know, there's the few Pokemons that can indeed be, I guess, kind of fused with another Pokemon. There indeed isn't too many of them, but there is a few of them. It's interesting, you know, that very interesting indeed that like why only one of them needs to be shiny in order for the shiny to be there, I'm pretty sure. It's very interesting indeed. Well, imagine if it would be like, you know, half shiny, half regular. If you would be only having one of them to be shiny. I think that would be certainly interesting. I mean, I will say though, even though they are quite cool how the Pokemons that do be having the fusion going on look, I'm not the biggest a fan of them, shiny wise. They are cool, but most of the time, even though they might not be looking the nicest, I'm still preferring, you know, the non-fused ones instead. It's also interesting that they do be having shinies in the first place. Because it could be like one of those things that they don't even have shinies. Like Castform was for quite some time, for example. Because, like, of course it's understandable that's the case, but it's just not really the most necessary thing to have, though, now is it? Or is it indeed? But I do be what it do be. Interesting to think about. As cool as the idea would be, I'm also kind of doubting that it would be happening for regular Pokemons. I think with regular Pokemons they're gonna be sticking with the theme of here is two somewhat related Pokemons that just worked well if they are in double battles. I haven't seen a boosted one in a while. We'll be summoning it with that, right? It's what has been going on with the games lately. And I'm able to summon them like that indeed. Oh, good thing that I checked there, because now I can hopefully get a good chain of Farfetch'd. I think it was the case that even if you'll be catching, you know, the Farfetch'd, in this case it would be having the next one to be boosted, because you know the battle number is going up by you either capturing it each or KOing each. So if I would like to, I could, like, you know, catch them, but I can't be bothered. I honestly can't be bothered at all. I was thinking that, of course, when I will be doing the fossil hunt in this game, you know, for this game's fossils, I'm just thinking that what would I be doing as well at the same time, because, you know, the fossil reviving thing, it's not the most exciting thing in the world. It's really not. It's honestly one of the most boring things. At least the good thing in this game is that you can do like a bunch of revivals at the same time, so you don't need to, you know, come back. Like, usually you leave the building and come back, or the room. So, you know, that's very nice. And just, you know, indeed be doing as many as you want at the same time. As I said, I probably will be trying to do like 25 at a time personally. I would like to say that those should be like decently fast checks as well. I would like to say that indeed. Like, I don't think that it should be taking too long to do. A decent amount of checks indeed. The thing is that what I need to remember to do is to turn the... I think it's the sound effects completely off. There was one of the sound settings that needs to be at 0 because it makes it a lot faster, because then it doesn't need to be, you know, having the tune there. It's very interesting that that is indeed one of the ways to be increasing your speed in each. Because in most games, if there is like a sound effect playing, even if you would be having like sounds off in the game, there's still gonna be, you know, be waiting until, you know, things are... I think the little tune is gone. Of course I appreciate that that's the case, because that honestly does take like a decent amount of time. Indeed. Compared to it if you would be having it without the sounds anyways. I'm also a little bit wondering because I'm pretty sure you really can't be breeding fossil Pokemon, which you know, fair enough. Fair enough indeed. But I'm just wondering that... What if you could? Considering if there's like two of like... Maybe with fossils it could be like a requirement that you need to be having the... Both of them to be, you know... That fossil Pokemon that you're trying to get. I wouldn't necessarily mind that myself. But... I understand it. They have the thing going on, of course, as it is with most of the rare Pokemons to be found in the wild, that they are more likely to be male than female, so that explains why they are nowhere to be seen. But I also wonder if we would be getting a very... Pokemon game that would be like located in very early days of like the Pokemon universe, I guess. Would it be possible that there would be like more of a 50-50 chance for the genders for like fossil Pokemons in this case? So that could like explain like why back in the day there were a bunch of them. Now they are rare because they are indeed mostly just fossils and they are mostly male in the first place. And also, if we would be getting like a Pokemon game like that, I think we might be able to get to look what do the original fossil Pokemon from this generation look like. I think that is indeed very much the case. And again, I'm not expecting us to be ever getting one of those, but could be cool indeed. And I would like to say that there would be like otherwise like nowadays rare Pokemons anyways that would be, you know, more likely to be like years and years ago. Like I would like to say that maybe Dunsparce could have been more common back in the day. Like other Pokemons other than fossils. I would like to say that indeed. Because, you know, it would be making sense that, you know, maybe back in the day they were like everywhere and now they are a little bit of hiding and maybe not too many of them survived and such. And maybe there could be like more Pokemons that look like two different Pokemon, so you could be seeing like how they did indeed like over time like adapt to different things, you know. And in one place they did turn out like this and in another place they did turn out like that kind of situation. It could be quite cool indeed. Would be quite cool indeed. I'm also wondering, indeed, did talk about this yesterday already, but also wondering, like, what if back in the day there was, like, Pokemon evolutions that don't exist anymore? Or I guess I was more talking about maybe the Pokemon evolutions when they were on the Discovery Edge. But it could be, working both ways. Like maybe back in the day, certain Pokemon did evolve either differently or they did evolve. But like over the years, it wasn't as necessary anymore to be evolving, so they decided not to evolve anymore. Certainly be an interesting take. Will certainly be indeed. It's interesting though, still to this day, I don't have a fast travel point to this route. Because I have not gone into either the, the camp there, or I haven't entered the daycare. So always when I do be teleporting to here, I always will be going through the grass chamber. Down in town indeed. I mean, it's not like it's that far away anyways, and it's not like it's causing any big issues at all, so like it's not that big of a deal. At the same time, it's interesting because, usually it's quite easy to be getting, fast travel points in Pokemon games. But for this route, I see it's not as easy as that. It's not as easy as that indeed. Oh. Always love when you're walking past the Pokemons that you're trying to encounter. Love it indeed. Hmm. Don't you just love those situations where for whatever reason you just get a very big feeling to be eating something, and then you eat it for like few days straight if it's an option. It usually happens with me with eggs, which is like quite interesting. Like, I don't mind eggs overall, but sometimes I just don't eat them for a while, and then when I start eating them again, I eat a lot of them at once. It could be sometimes because, you know, they are going bad and, you know, you want to just eat all of them so they don't go bad. And you need to throw them away. Speaking of eggs, for whatever reason, I would kind of like to be able to know what bad egg smells like. Because I have been taught that if there is a bad egg, you can smell it. But I'm always curious, like, actually how bad the smell is then. Like, is that really that easy to be noticing, or is it a little bit harder, you know? But, yeah. Because, like, I know that there's a lot of tests for eggs that are they good or not, but honestly, I don't really trust them myself. Even though I know that eggs are one of those things, as it is with many things, that they can be, you know, fine, even though, like, the day has gone for them. But again, probably eggs are one of those things that I have been scared of quite good when I was younger, so, you know, don't eat bad eggs. Which is, again, like, you know, fair enough, because it doesn't really do good for you, indeed. But it's interesting, though. That's honestly why I have been taught that you should, every single time that you use more than one egg, crack one at a time to a cup. And then, like, you know, clump them all together. Because if one of them is bad, you can just, you know, throw the bad one away, and then you can indeed use the other ones, because they are not bad. I don't chew it too often, honestly, myself. I might be considering it if they are, like, actually, like, close to the day. But most of the time I'm just like, it's fine. Yeah. It is indeed interesting like that. Also, since we have, like, the egg cooker, like, machine for them, because we don't boil too many eggs and we like to eat only fresh boiled eggs. So, you know, no, we don't store them in the fridge afterwards. So we have that, so we can, you know, make only the amount that we are gonna be eating, and then we don't need to, you know, boil water and stuff like that. The only problem with that is that it always is a little bit on the soft-boiled side. Not too much. And, you know, like, if we need for something to be having, like, actually hard-boiled eggs, then we will be having... we'll be using, like, old school methods for it, aka just Oh, put them in the boiling water for like 10 minutes. Yeah, apart from that, it's very nice because, of course, then you don't need to be worrying about that. You are forgetting about the eggs because, you know, it makes a noise when it's ready. And turns itself off as well. Or I guess first it turns itself off and then it tells you that it's ready. As you know, it first stops the boiling process there. It's a pretty cool machine indeed. As I said, it's pretty useful. But I mean, sometimes you can be getting like fully hard-boiled eggs from it as well, which is certainly interesting when it happens. It's very interesting indeed. It seems like that all of our kitchen equipment that are supposed to be doing something like warming things up and stuff like that, they don't work too well. They're very inconsistent. Some are of course more annoying than others, like I've talked about it before that the oven can sometimes be at the same temperature and cook everything perfectly, but you know, the next day it's burning it at the same temperature, even if you're doing the same thing. Of course, you are not supposed to be leaving it alone. It's not safe, but it's still a little on the annoying side when you're thinking that, hey, I could probably do this quick thing before, you know, food is ready, but then it's like, nope. Probably one of the only things that is always like consistent on the way that it makes the thing that it's supposed to be making is the kettle. You know, it might be sometimes taking a longer time for the water to boil, but you know, at least it does its thing. It's always gonna be boiling water. Thankfully nowadays we have a little bit more reliable of a coffee machine, even though we don't drink coffee ourselves, but you know, sometimes there might be visitors that could be appreciating them, so at least it's good to be having a reliable one. That coffee machine that we did have before, it hasn't like ever been too good. Always been having some sort of issues. I mean, it was working like fine for like a year, maybe two, but after that, like, nope. I'm surprised that my parents did put up with it for so long. Honestly. This was so bad. I mean, it definitely, like, I understand, like, why my mom did throw it, in quotes, away. When she did indeed be getting a new coffee machine. Because it was starting to be the case that if you would be putting a certain amount of, water in there, not everything would be coming through. So something is wrong. Something indeed is wrong. Bunch of Struffles in here. I wonder how interesting it would be, honestly, to be getting like a good amount of like more or less like stuffed animals as Pokemons. Of course, like at some point it's gonna be getting boring and stuff like that, of course. But I wonder like how many they could be doing without that being the case. Because there's like similar ideas, but not exactly stuffed animals like Mimikyu or Shuppet is, or Bayonet more than Shuppet. Because Bayonet has the thing that is always looking for the dude that was its friend at one point. The usual. The usual creepy things of Pokemon games. Nothing too special indeed. I can't believe that soon we have done the 600 encounters already. Jeez. Still gonna be a while, but still, jeez. Do be very interesting indeed. How sometimes they are so fast to be getting indeed. Sometimes they do be feeling like they take forever though. They do be. Sometimes they do be nice and fast. Luck do be like that sometimes. Sometimes you do be getting everything very fast, and sometimes it takes a while. Indeed. Oh, perfect. Hello. Love to see you. Aw. Sad. Farfetch, you do be doing the usual, though. You do be. Sometimes you're showing one after another very nicely, as you did earlier today, and then you switch to P. Yeah, let's get you one every once in a while and no chains afterwards. I mean, I don't necessarily mind it, but I mean, I would always be appreciating if I would be able to be getting, you know, more of the target indeed. Would be greatly appreciating it. Would be indeed. There's been always one thing that I have not understood in shiny hunting, though. Is that when people you are, like, you know, that are shiny hunting, and then they question a lot, is it a shiny or not? It's more of a pain to be seeing with, like, immediately, like, you should be able to know this straight away shinies than, like, something like, let's say, Gengar. But it's still, like, in the, you know, in the games that you need to be encountering the Pokemons, you know, you can see the sparkles. At least most of the time. There may be few cases that you might not be able to see the sparkles, like you're looking away, or if you're playing in the PDSP Great Marsh and don't update it at all. That's a case indeed. That's a pretty broken game indeed. But yeah, most of the time, indeed, in older games you can always see the sparkles, and you know, I will say that if I personally wouldn't be sure is it shiny or not, I would definitely first like look at the pictures like online, and if that doesn't like either confirm or deny it any further, I'm just going to be like capturing it anyways. Because, you know, why not? It's not like it's gonna be hurting me. Most of the time, usually I have, you know, something indeed. And yeah, I get it more in the games, so like Scarlet and Violet, where, you know, they are in the overworld. But still, But still it's like the case. In Scarlet and Violet you can always like double check by trying to attack it, of course. And as I said, it is like a thing that I see more on the more obvious ones. And you know, turn from like red to blue, for example. And I always find it a little weird, as I said. But still, I mean, I do it sometimes myself as well, but I don't do it like for like a while, you know. Sometimes people might be thinking about it for a good while. As I said, my thing is that if I think it is, I will, in Scarlet and Violet's case, I will just be battling with them. With the auto battle, because you know, you can't knock out a shiny. And the other way is that I will just be going into, either in Legend Arceus case, that I will be going closer to it, or I will be going into battle with it. Easy as that. The only ones in Scarlet and Violet that I can kind of think, like I can understand why people do it for them, is Dijo and Zoroark, because, you know, they don't really show themselves as themselves in the overworld, you know. But yeah. Interesting things indeed. As I said, everyone hunts on their own way and stuff like that. Another one that I can kind of also understand, like, why you would be questioning the shininess, would be the Gen 1 shinies, because, you know, you can't see it, you need to be looking at the stats. So, you know, I understand it completely. As I said, I guess I'm just good with colors and I don't need to question it too much. But then again, people do be different and it's completely fine. It is indeed. But what I like to say is that if you're not too sure do you want to be doing a shiny hunt or not, either do a Pokemon that you like, either like as a Pokemon or they're shiny, or if you want to be like completely sure, just look for a Pokemon that has such a different color when it's shiny that it's like, in my opinion, impossible to miss. Because like, it is indeed the case that if you would be picking something like Drifloon, it is quite obvious when it's shiny, I would like to say. I will say if Galarian Farfetch'd would be in any other game, it could be a little bit harder to notice. I don't know how well it would be transferring into other games, you know. Because I remember that, again, like in the beginning of Scarlet and Violet, people didn't want to use the auto battle because they thought that would be, you know, be saying goodbye to the shiny, but you know, it's not the thing. Because imagine if the only way to be looking for Zoroark and DHO would be to be getting in battle with him. I mean, the good thing is that they always disappear when you're, you know, in battle with them, but apart from that, like, yeah, no thank you. For me. No thank you indeed. I think after I hit the next 100 I will be going ahead and actually getting a snack bar and, you know, eating it and such. Because I would like to say that I would like to at least another 100 more, maybe more if I'm feeling like it, you know. Yeah, because it isn't that late yet, so you know I could be going for longer indeed. It's not like that's an issue at all. But then again, we shall see. It'd be cool to be hitting 2k bottom. Of course, I'm not gonna be pushing myself to that. One thing that I will say that I'm absolutely glad about Farfetch'd is that it doesn't have like endure. That would be a little bit of a... not necessarily a problem, but an annoyance. Definitely be an annoyance indeed. If it would be like that indeed. Why do you Farfetch really want to be showing in like this one after another when there is only one of you and I need to be waiting a long time? You know that you're being very mean. You're not being too nice at all. Very mean. Of course you stop right as I said that. It do be like that. I will still say I wouldn't mind to get a shiny Minchino to be a face that I get. Pretty shiny. As I said, it's not the best, but it's okay. As I said, I would very well wish that it would be a brown shiny. Because of the situation. Or at least like make the tip of the ears and the tail to be brown would be quite nice. I guess I said it would be quite nice if like the regular one would be like very clean because you know it likes to be clean, and then the shiny one would be dirty looking. Definitely be something indeed. Definitely be something indeed. Also, another thing that I would kind of like to get in this game would be to gauge, in quotes, the wrong sparkles for the Pokemon. For example, getting a random one with the star sparkles and a very unlikely but still a possibility, an egg shiny with square shines. It would be quite cool. Because you know, or if you didn't know, the square shinies were supposed to be rarer, but for whatever reason, they are only rarer in eggs. And stars are usually considered to being the rarer one. It's definitely a big thing, once again. It's one of those things that was a big thing, like when the game was first released and people were thinking that, you know, the square sparkles from random ones, they were like rare. I've talked about it before, I very much like that there is like, in quotes, like a super rare shiny, but the way that it is fine because it still means that in most of the time square shinies are the more common ones. So if you want to get the less common one, you need to be going for the stars. There's like certain situations that it's like pretty much guaranteed that you will be getting star sparkles as well. That isn't just eggs, but I like to say that the basic idea is that if it's a random one, you know, that you randomly just run into, it's more likely that it's gonna be squares than stars. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that the only star shinies in this game that I have, or these games, not in this game. I mean, technically this game as well. I don't think that I ever checked them though. But yeah. Or Dynamax Adventure and Egg. I haven't honestly checked them out. I haven't checked out the egg ones as well, even though like you can see when you hatch it, is it squares or stars, but I don't get close to attention to it. Yeah, I haven't checked them out. I guess I could. Wouldn't be too hard to check, at least from the ones that I have found in this game for Dynamax Adventures. So I could be checking them out. I'm not sure, like, are they guaranteed to be like stars? Well, at least it's the case that it's most of the time they are stars. I'm not too sure. There might be like some places that, and it's so determined that it's gonna be stars or yeah, stars or squares. So like, there's no way that you could change that. Yeah, it do be like that. One more then, indeed I will be having a small break that I will be indeed be getting snack bar. Of course you don't want to be too nice Swirlix there. 600 today, yeah, I'll be back. There we go. It's a nice little break indeed. cat is making some noises. You know, as she does. As she does indeed sometimes. What a funny little fella she do be. I'm still surprised how many Wobbuffets want to be having the Aurora, not the Aurora, the Aura. I know that it's one of the Pokemons, of course, that you kind of have to defeat in the story. And also there definitely hasn't been the case that, you know, I accidentally run into one and I need to KO it, so, you know, there's a higher chance to, you know, being having the aura indeed. But still hope that Wobbuffet would be getting some love someday. And also that Shadow Jag. There would be a way to... In wild battles, there would be a way to avoid it, apart from having a ghost type. Or like other ways that you can always run away from them. Just for the reason being that what if you accidentally run into it and you have like a level 100 Pokemon? I think like a way to be making that wouldn't be breaking the game, in my opinion, would be to be having like, you need to be a certain amount of levels higher than the Pokemon. Like, let's say that usually the Pokemons that you encounter are around level 60 at most. I think a fair one to make that if you are 20 levels higher, like at least, then you would be able to run away even though the Pokemon has Shadow Tag. And you don't have like runaway or some other ways to be able to run away from it. Guaranteed. Also, don't you love the situation where you know that you have nicknamed a Pokemon, but you just for the life of you can't figure out what the nickname is? That honestly happened to me, like, was it today or yesterday that I was thinking about the Rattata that I did find on Burn Tower? Like, I was like, I know that I nicknamed it, but what is the nickname? And then I like remember that, yeah, I was making food at the time. And me being me, I just nicknamed it after the food. That is how things go. Yeah, welcome back. I mean, honestly, it's still quite good to be nicknaming Pokemons either like people's names or based on like what is happening at the time. If you don't have another nickname in mind. Yeah, unfortunately not. I mean, we could technically hit the halfway to the odds today, but I'm not, of course, promising anything. It is indeed a possibility that we'll be halfway through the odds today. There we go. Snack bar is gone. And I'm feeling a little bit better, of course. It is still surprising that if you eat near when you're hungry, it's feeling better when you eat. But of course, like, I usually don't eat like a meal when I'm streaming. The way that I usually do it is that I eat something before I start the stream and something afterwards. Like a big thing, then if I'm hungry then it's snack bars. I honestly don't understand those dudes that are streaming for 8 hours or more in like one go and they don't eat at all. Some may even go like for hours without even drinking anything. And I'm like, yeah, I could never. It's not like something like a snack bar is not like that hard to eat. But yeah. I mean, I will say that I definitely can be going for like 6 hours without eating anything. It's not that big of a deal, of course. But sometimes, you know, the hunger hits earlier than some days. But yeah. I guess if I would be doing like longer streams, then I would be eating like extra food in the middle. Yeah, it is like nothing has ever happened. It's the weirdest things. I absolutely hate it because I do indeed be having. I get diagnosed for my stomach issues. It was so frustrating when I was attending Juwon school that I was like feeling absolutely horrific in the morning because that is the way that mine does. Every single time if I wake up too early in the morning, I'm just feeling awful. And as I said, there's nothing that I can do. And then when I get home, I'm like completely normal, and I'm like, it's so frustrating that I need to skip school because of this, because now I'm feeling quite fine. It's just this, you know, frustrating like that. It could be because I have said it before that I have always been, or almost always have been, the person that I don't want to skip school. I have never really understood, like, why it is such a cool thing to do for some people. Because I just don't get it. It could be because I just would be getting bored at home. But yeah, I never like get it why it is so cool to skip school. I guess I'm kind of a nerd because of that. And I don't want to skip school. The weird thing is that I wasn't too good at school. I just like it was the thing that I needed to do, so like I didn't think too much of it. But like when I was able to switch into, you know, study something that I'm interested in, then of course I don't mind being in school. That is a thing that I have never really understood in here, because you have pretty good options to choose where you want to continue your studying after the 9th grade, which is when you're like 16, or that the year that you turn 16 in here. Then you have either you will be going back to like reading from books, aka to high school. I'm not mixing my names again. Or you go to vocational school, where I did go, and you can choose what you study there. Yeah, exactly. But I understand, like, it's not like the most enjoyable thing for most people to be in school form, like the 1st grade to 9th grade, because of the reality that you don't usually get to choose. There is a possibility that you could choose after the 6th grade in what school you go when you go to the 7th grade, because usually you switch schools. But it's not like there's too many options. It's usually like sport related one, or maybe music based one, but like apart from that, not really too good options. But yeah, as I said, I completely understand if you don't like it, because if you're like me, you don't learn from books. It's just an annoyance sometimes. There was very few subjects that I honestly did find to be annoying. And most of the time it was because the teacher was annoying. I mean, I never was good at like PE things, but oh god, a teacher was annoying. Always expecting everyone to be, you know, like exercising outside of school. So like, yeah, I was not. It was just so annoying. That was the reason why I did get like overall such a bad grade. Because like I wasn't enjoying it at all. And I know that like my like in that regards like in from like or like, for that class my what is it like physical health isn't good enough. I just can't be running for too long. I get exhausted. Like there's nothing too much that I can do for it if I'm not interested in like fixing it, you know. And sometimes there is things that you just can't fix. And it was very frustrating because, you know, the teacher is expecting you to be, you know, be doing like football or something like that after school. And also I always hated all the winter sports. They were so annoying. Yeah, let's go skating into this outdoor skate park that anyone can access to, so you know it's in the best condition ever. Like it is what like it was the case that most places were like open to public after like school hours, because you know they are in public space. They are not in schools like areas. Yeah. I never, as well, I never did really do any sport things. It was maybe a few times like when I was like very young that maybe a little bit, but not my thing. I understand why it is like important that we studied, if you can even call it that. Do you know, keep you healthy, but at the same time like no, not my thing. But you know, have to do what you have to do. If you don't have a good enough excuse to not do them. But yeah, winter sports, oh god, they were so annoying. Because there was only like few weeks in the year that was like booked for us to be doing like skiing. Because we can do that because enough snow. But the problem is that if there wasn't enough snow in those 2 weeks, it was either the case that we did do it anyways or there was nothing at all, and if there was nothing at all, they were the best years ever. Again, most of the issue is that, you know, the school doesn't really have they own like places, just using, you know, public ones. So they are not always in the best condition. But I don't still fine. I hope that it like though the PE classes have been getting better in that regards. Because I always found it very annoying that there was such a difference between what boys and girls would do. Like, I understand that they have like different teachers, that's like understandable, but why can't we do the same things? Or like have a option. Like, why not? And also the mandatory dancing thing. Ugh. It was such a pain. I have never understood why the mandatory dancing thing is a mandatory dancing thing. Like, I don't understand it. Yeah, because there was a bunch of things in, like, P that we did do together. But then, like, I don't remember what the boys did, but we needed to do, like gymnastics. Or, like, something like that. I think boys mostly did go, like, outside to play, like, football or something. Else like that. It's such annoying. As I said, I completely understand that they are different. We needed to, like, learn the, I guess, the basic dancing thing, like, more or less what you would be doing in a wedding, you know? I guess that could be the best way you describe it. I don't honestly know what kind it is, but that is what it felt like for me. It was annoying. I hated it. I understand that why you need to learn it, because technically if you would be going into then to high school or something like that, then there would be, you know, dancing there. But then again, it's not the most complicated thing ever. So, why it was necessary? And the thing was, because, like, the reason why it is, like, kind of necessary is that because on the 8th grade for us, on winter when we did get, like, before the break, we needed to dance there, but I wasn't feeling too well that day, so I didn't need to do it. Yeah, exactly. It was a pain. It was more fun when we did do, like, different dances, but they were not really being doing. Like, the group dances that you do in a group, they were more fun. But oh god, how glad I was when it was over. It was like... so many other things that I could be doing rather than this. But it was what it was. One thing that I'm glad about, though, that it seems like your physical health, the way that it was or the way that it is measured, it is said that it would be changing. Like, not based on your BMV or whatever. The thing, you know, your height and weight and however it's calculated. I think they are trying to go for, like, seeing like how well you're actually doing. And from what I have also heard, that it might be, like, tested with, like, can you go up 2 sets of stairs and not feeling too exhausted, which I think is nice. Because I know that technically I don't have the best, you know, BMI, but I still don't think that it's really doing anything for me. I will still be able to, you know, walk up the 2 sets of stairs, or to the 2nd floor, to this, you know, to my apartment with like groceries. I think that's quite good. Yeah, exactly. Like, I understand, of course, like, being overweight, it's not good, but sometimes it's easier said than done. Sometimes you just, like, as hard it is for some to believe, sometimes you just can't do anything with it. Like, what gives, you know? So I'm very glad that it's possibly changing into like how you're actually be able to move instead. Because the thing is that you could be having a good BMI technically, but then your like actual like what can you do is bad. For me, I do be getting like exhausted quite often or quite easily, but I think my problem is that my nose starts running quite easily if it's like windy outside or something like that. So like then I need to be breathing through my mouth, and you know, it's gonna be a little bit more exhausting. Yeah, exactly. It is a shame. But of course, yeah, there is of course the way that you can sometimes season things differently, of course. But yeah, it is the thing. But also, taste buds are different from person to person as well. I honestly never understood the thing that was always said for kids, that they don't like vegetables. I never understood it. Could be because I was the kind of person that, or kid, I'm still the kind of person, that I'm willing to eat them. I don't think that they taste bad. You know? I've never understood, like, what's the deal with that. It could be also a thing that we would need to also be eating them, but most of the time I didn't mind eating them though. I know that in schools it was the problem that kids didn't take, you know, the salad option at all, so they would need to throw it away. But then again, the thing is that, you know, if it's an option, if you don't want it, then you are not gonna be taking it. And also, do you want to eat salad that tastes like... do you want to eat salad that tastes like some sauce that is on there? Yeah, but then again, the way that I usually eat vegetables, it's with like chicken and noodles. Or like with something else. I just don't eat just vegetables. That's why it's important to be having a balance. And plate and diet, whatever my thing. Oh god, I hated those plate examples in schools. They were like the most inaccurate thing ever. Compared to like what you could be like actually fitting into your plate. But yeah. The thing is that I have talked about it before, like I have tried like... It did say vegan on the package, but I think it was vegetarian though. But anyways, I have tried those. The problem is that they are expensive. Like if you would be wanting to be buying a patty for, you know, plant-based one, you're gonna be paying €2 more and getting 2 less than you would be buying for normal meat. You know, that's first of all an issue, and the second issue for me is that I just don't like what is to be made to replace it. Yeah, it's such an annoyance. There's so many things that, like, you would be needing to eat according to, you know, health things. They're actually bad for you at the same time. But then again, everything is bad. If you, like, actually want to think about it. Because even water, if you drink too much of it, you're gonna be sick. Also, I don't know why, but I remember one time I was in school and someone said to me that if you drink too much water, you will be drowning. And that scared me. I don't know why. But yeah, I remember like the bread thing especially was a thing that here is the type of breads that are good for you and here is the million other breads that are bad. Yeah, but you know, being kid. I know. I don't think that it's like drowning that you will be having. You will be getting like, of course, like, as I said, if you have too much of anything, it will be bad for you, so that is probably what they meant with it. And also, you know, it's fun to be scaring kids like that, I guess. One thing that I will say, though, that I would hope for food-related things, that people would be stopping the bullshit about some health benefits for certain things. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that I have ever drinking or drunk, I don't know. I don't think that I have ever drunk Diet Coke in my life. And I think it's relatively hard, honestly, to get it in here as well. Like, you know, Zero is available in quite a good amount of places, but I don't think that it's too easy to be finding Diet Coke in here at least. I've seen it in few places, but like not that much. And from what I remembered, honestly, Diet Coke, even though it's Diet Coke, it's still like actually like super bad for you. So like, is it good? Yeah, exactly. Well, technically there is better water already, you know, mineral waters. So you will be able to get like minerals from each. It's technically, you know, better water. But yeah, sometimes I just think that people are so concerned about what they eat that, you know, it's ridiculous. Yeah, that would be a very good thing, honestly. Of course, it's never gonna be as good as, you know, in quotes, normal water, but it still would be a better option. Oh, sunset time soon. Yeah, I know it's important to like eat healthy and stuff like that, but at the same time, like, you know, caring about it too much, it's just, you know, unnecessary after some point. Like, why bother with it, you know? Because the problem is that if you want to be having a healthy life, diet is only half of it, in quotes. It's same with the exercising, because they kind of go hand in hand, that you can't really expect anything good if you don't do both. You kind of need to do both at the same time to be actually be doing good. Yeah, no problems. Have a good time eating. Cat is also in the mood to be complaining that it's 7 p.m. and she should be getting rest of the food. I guess sometimes I will be ending stream at this point. You know, always be complaining when I'm done with streaming. And also, of course, always appreciate that you were here. Yeah, for sure. Also, speaking of meals, I got very upset yesterday. You know the usual pizza place that we buy pizza from? We decided yesterday to get pizza. The problem was that there was a thing that like is kind of exclusive to that place that we like to eat sometimes, because it's more filling than regular pizza. But they have gotten like rid of so many like options. I think it was very sad. There's also like only like basic like chicken available anymore. And the chicken one was the only one that I could be eating because the other ones did have red onions in them. Yeah. Like, before I like to eat like chicken avocado one instead. This was like very good, I liked it. But they only have the basic chicken. It was still good, it's just like, it just did feel like it's empty. You know, because there is not that much thing anymore there. I don't know if it's a permanent thing though, or is it just for now they don't have them? Or was it like too late in the night or something like that? That they didn't have them anymore? I guess honestly it could be either. It's very sad though. It's for what I can describe, it's like it is like regular size pizza, or for us the medium size. Like folded in half, and then there is, you know, whatever you decide, like chicken or something like that, whatever will be your choice. Then there is going to be salad. That is like the thing in there. The interesting thing. But I don't know, I think it's... At least it's the only place around here where I have seen that. But I don't know if it's a thing anywhere else. They're quite nice. As I said, they're like quite a bit more fulfilling as regular pizza is. They're not that much anymore because indeed they have been... They don't have so many things there anymore, which is sad. How dare things change? Why can't things just stay the same? We very nice indeed. Oh, Cat didn't find... Or Cat either didn't find anything to eat or she did eat. Know which one is the option today. She didn't at least come and tell me anything. Also, why does the Pokeball sometimes seem like it's upside down when you're throwing the Pokemon out? Bothering me now. Even more than the fact that you're not wearing your backpack when you get into this. Oh, the backpack incident. I don't know, it seems like a good thing that we might be getting into pay today though. We're doing quite well indeed. Very much of a possibility indeed. Also, this morning, like literally 5 minutes before I started stream, and this morning, you know, the casual join the afternoon, morning. I did clean my Joy-Cons because I did notice that around like the right Joy-Con around like the buttons there, it was very dirty. And I'm like interested in why only those did get dirty and like nothing else. Of course it's normal that, you know, the joysticks get little dirty. But like the buttons themselves, they weren't dirty. It was just like around the buttons. Very scary. Oh yeah, a little bit of an update on the school thing that I did do last week. Everything apart from the video portion of the thing is done. I don't know if she has watched it today, but I think I will be writing her a message. Because the thing is that, you know, it's only a 10-minute video, something along those lines. So it's not like it's gonna be taking too long, but I know that there's the things that she probably right now has a lot of reading to do. But yeah, do be what it do be, you know. Yes, indeed, after that is done, I can start the process of graduating. Still a little scary to me that school is almost over. It's always a scary thought. It is indeed. Imagine school being over and dealt with. I do so many Pokemons, by the way, have such a lovely cries. Of course, it's do each would be having their own opinions, of course. I don't know, a bunch of Pokemons have like quite cool cries. I guess I like more of the cutesy cries or more of mysterious kinds. It could be because, you know, like the roaring kind of cries. There's a lot of them. And that's the reason why they don't, you know, feel so special. There's a lot of Pokemons that have roars as their cries. And these are always those cries that you like, but if you hear too much, you start to dislike them. One of them for me is Meowth. Even though I don't hear it too much, but for whatever reason it is. It's the case with Meowth that there's just something about it. I don't know where I would be like hearing too much of it though. that I start to like dislike it a little bit. Definitely has been the case though. One thing I will say as well that is nice that Pokemons, even though you know they have cries, they have still like something else going on as well. Like the cries or the little things that they do if they don't be aggressive in this game, for example. They do their little dances. You know. You do be very nice. I guess they kind of did start in at least the place that I remember that they might be like and have their start in would be a Lola with the Pokemons that you can interact with. Some are necessary if you want to be collecting everything. You know, like there's one that you need to move because it has a sticker underneath it. I think it's a Sandygast. Maybe. It was a Pokemon, you know, that was standing there that you couldn't do anything. It's more for like just to be doing it. I like to do it though because it's funny. It's a little repetitive to do it, unfortunately. It's still cool nonetheless. Still cool, that was still cool indeed. I wonder if I will be able to get like 150 done in 1.5 hours. And I should, but I'm also thinking that would it be closer to 1 hour though? Because it's like more or less 45 minutes seems to be today's thing for the 100. This bush is full with Pokemons that see. It's very nice of you to show up there indeed. Well, yeah, today has indeed been a decent day of hunting. Been able to do quite a good amount of progress indeed. I'm very proud of it. Very proud of it indeed. Yeah, but if I will indeed be having something else on the side, like if I will be having something else to decide, like Sinisty, of course, it's gonna be a little bit slower because, you know, I do be getting encounters in that game as well, even though this one usually is the one that is lacking behind, but still. So Wabafets and Wobble Fets and perks? Anyone? Who wants a bunch of Wobble Fets and wants a bunch of Wobble Fets and the funny thing of Swirlix, because I don't right now at least. Maybe if it will be going into the if it will be going into it, then yes, but right now, nope. Thank you, indeed. It's gonna be a while before it will be happening. Yes, indeed. As first, I would be needing to be getting both 2 Stuffles and 2 Minchinos. Because Wobbuffet is the last one that I will be adding just because it has Shadow Tag. And that means that I either need to be giving Pokeballs Smoke Balls or the leading always with the Ghost. It's a little problematic because I want to be KOing the Farfetch'd. It's not that easy to do because of that. Of course, not the end of the world, it's not that bad to do, but still something to be considering about. I wanted to wait there for a little while before the Swirlix was a little bit farther away there. You know what is weird for me sometimes? Or actually, most of the time when it happens, but anyways. When you get ads when you're playing, you know, games on your phone to games that you already have on your phone. I find it very weird. Another thing, according, like, being with, like, doing something with ads is that I always find it strange how they sometimes are in interesting languages, like, not in a language that would be even, like, anywhere near. Sure, like, I understand, like, some languages because, you know, I'm nearby a place that it would be, like, quite like that it would be speaking there, indeed. Or spoken. But yeah. I do feel like that, indeed. Indeed. Because of course, like, I understand, like, if I will be getting an ad and, like, I'm, you know, visiting somewhere that, you know, they speak another language, of course I understand that I will be getting ads to be at that language. Thankfully, it doesn't happen too often, though. Thankfully, indeed. I also love that there's always like few games that I see ads for like all the time. It could be because, you know, they do be doing ads that, you know, they have a lot of ads right now. They made new ads. But still, like, it's a little frustrating when you haven't seen the same ad so many times. Like, not too long time ago. Also, it's interesting in YouTube ads as well, like, that are in the videos themselves. We see that when a game is wanting to be having ads done, you're gonna be seeing that game's ads everywhere, pretty much. And sometimes I would wish in YouTube, you know, in the videos themselves, that, you know, sometimes when there is like things only available in a certain time, that after, you know, those days go by, they would just be removed automatically from the part of the video because, like, yeah, here is the thing that is working right now. It happened 2 years ago. Of course, I understand that that's not a possibility to be doing, but it would be cool. I like that most people, especially in the newer videos, they like to like make sections though, so you know, you can know when an ad is securing, so you can skip it. Also, one thing that I absolutely will say that I still hate when the ad is like half of the time of the video. If it's not like actually that the whole video is the ad, which are usually honestly better in my opinion than the whole video is the ad, not just, you know, from a 9-minute video, 2 minutes will be the ad. I mean, I understand that sometimes it's the case, but it just, for me, feels weird. Do you know half of the video is the ad? But yeah, I understand that in some cases you can't really be doing anything for it, you know. And, you know, fair enough. Fair enough indeed. I'm also quite surprised that I'm soon done with your moves as well, considering that I have been running away from out of them. And then again, it's no big. If I run away from them, I run away from them. It's not like it's gonna be making that big of a difference anyways. I like the way that this Swirlex was looking. Starting to cry. Fortunately, the Swirlex is in a very bad spot right now. It is indeed. It's not the best spot to be for you, indeed. I'm so surprised that I didn't encounter the on there. It looked like I would be hitting it for sure there. Sure, for sure. Oh, there is a Farfetch there. I hope, of course, that there will be something that I will be encountering on the other side as well. Also, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that I will be, if not like specifically hunting for it, even though I might be hunting. Like, I have an interest in mind to be hunting for the funny little guy of Boba Fett on probably a Soul Silver. I'm not completely sure. I guess it always depends on how hunts go, of course. A doobie. There we go, now you leveled up. Let's go! Pulling up, let's go! Love the sea level ups. I have to destroy quite a good amount of these to be getting it. Just with you, I would like to say that I have seen 50 Farfetch. Just like alone with you. And if I remember correctly, with the first one, I did start with... oh, not swap. I'm pretty sure with you I started with... just... bite or maybe liquidations or poison jabs. So, 75 today, jeez, I know that it's... be doing like 900 checks today, but jeez, that's a good amount. Love the seed. Love the seed. I mean, even if I won't be going to 900 checks today, I will be like soon at 800 checks, and like if I'm like around like 75 seen today, jeez, that's very good. Let's see if I will be seeing like 70 in like usual, in average. Actually, in average, it isn't too bad. It isn't too bad indeed. I think I should be able to do like the rest of the day and the next one for sure, which without being going to head and healing. But then we might be running into some issues though. Then we might be. Yes, then it could be the case that I'm not completely sure. Can I Can I go on with the number that I have, you know? It takes about 15 seconds to do one encounter. So I was quite curious, like, how long will it be taking? It's not too bad. Of course, I could be cutting time by putting the Pokemon to sleep, so it wouldn't be doing the animation there, but you know, still lower range. Good thing is that most of the time I will be able to see the next one that I want to encounter. And putting the Pokemon to sleep, it's a nice thing. It does help out the process, but my problem right now with that is that, you know, I will be destroying every single Farfetch that I ever see. So it's not gonna be too helpful because of that. I'm also quite curious because I think I will be, in quotes, timing how long it will be taking to check the last, or I guess 100 checks, but probably the last 100 checks of the day. So I'll be doing that. There we go. One thing that I'm quite surprised about that isn't in Pokemon games though, I'm always surprised about everything by the way, is that the thing, it's the thing that I'm surprised about. Is that, you know, when Pokemon are having like arena trap or something like that, you know, prevents you from escaping the battle. And I'm surprised that after you have tried to do that, the game doesn't like give the other Pokemon the possibility to move. Because technically, like, the way that I see it is that you're trying to run away and kind of wasting your turn with that, you know? So I would think that it would be quite logical if the other Pokemon could be able to attack. You know, because you technically, as I said, as I see it, is that you're trying to run away yourself. And my reasoning behind this is because when you're running, or when you're trying to run away from a Pokemon and you can't run away from it, the Pokemon will attack you. That's my reasoning behind it. That's indeed my reasoning behind it. Because yeah, why wouldn't it be a thing, you know? I know that it would be quite mean, but like, still, in most situations I would like to say that it shouldn't be mattering that much anyways. And also, if it's so important, then you're probably doing like a Nuzlocke or something like that, and I think if you're doing a Nuzlocke, you should be knowing Pokemon's movesets and abilities and whatnot. Surely there can be the situations that the Pokemon has another ability apart from like Arena Trap. But you know, still I think you should always be, in that case, be playing it safe instead. Like, just in case, like, just to be doing the funny things of the thing. Just KOing it no matter what. Does it have the ability or not? Because, like, why, as I said, why wouldn't it be able to attack you if you try to escape? It does so for, like, you can't run away thing. Like, I don't honestly see the difference. I mean, I would kind of see the difference if there would be some way to visually see that the Pokemon has Arena Trap or Shadow Tag, whatever. Like, you would, like, physically see that there is a trap. You know? Some way that you can't just escape for whatever reason. But since it is not the case, I don't see a reason why you couldn't just run away. Or when you try to run away, it couldn't indeed be able to attack you. I guess the games are being nice, you know, but still. Also, I think in every game it should be the thing with Pokemons. Whenever they are doing their cry, they should be opening their mouths. If it's not like specifically said that, like in Pokédex entry or somewhere else, that something else is making the sound instead, like instead of they like making the sound themselves, you know. Because I'm pretty sure it's the case for every single time that wild Pokemon does it, but it's weird that like your Pokemon don't do it. Like, do you just have a record player to play the sounds, or what's the thing indeed? It is very interesting indeed. Also, I probably should be checking who is down there. But if it's a far-fetched, even though I think I did see blue there. I'm quite positive about it. I did see some blue there. I mean, I didn't see blue, but it's a Pokemon anyways that I wouldn't be encountering. Twice. Very interesting. That. It's not anything like too crazy, but it's interesting. Anyways. We move on indeed. I don't think that should be doing anything. Or anything. Yeah, nothing. Indeed, everything seems to be quite fine. Oh, there is the far-fetched. I hope I would be able to see still a few more of you to be there. It'd be quite cool to be getting rid of dazzling gleams with you. Quite nice. It's only, you know, 8 that would I would need to be encountering, and I don't think that that's too far-fetched though. Be very nice indeed. You don't have the aura, I always should be double checking with the Wobbuffets. It's about to say Munchlax. Can I find Munchlax in this game? No, you can get a Munchlax, but can I find Munchlax? I don't know. It could be like again, like only in one specific weather kind of Pokemon, which honestly wouldn't be too surprising to me. And again, it could be just, you know, breeding because, you know, baby Pokemon. Most of the baby Pokemon are available in this game, anyways. Oh, seems like it's only in max layers. Max rate battles, usually. Location? Is it where I think it is? What a weather, I didn't know that Munchlax can be found. 33? It's news to me. Oh, it's a 10% there, okay, that's why. That's why I didn't know it, because like it's ridiculously rare. Percent the tree. Yes, indeed. Quite fine then. Oh, does he boosted? Farfetch. It's going well that I will be able to get rid of the dazzling gleams indeed. Don't need too many more. Yeah, it's interesting that most of the baby Pokemon indeed are, even though they're not easy to get, you can still get them. You can still get them indeed. But Munchlax is one of the ones. I mean, I understand, you know, Munchlax has always been kind of the kind that, you know, is not anywhere at all. Nowhere to be found, the little Munchlax. As you know, it was kind of a berry tree exclusive, or honey tree exclusive at the first. Without breeding. Because still the easiest way to be able to get a Munchlax if you want it for the Pokédex, way to breed it. Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. It would indeed. And then again, I don't know how many people will be willing to do it, because it's just the thing, like, how necessary is it exactly to do each? Sure, it's a cool task, I'm not saying that, but can people be bothered sometimes? Of course, if you don't have anything better to do, then yes, for sure. For sure, for sure. Oh, this spawn's so close. It's always the middle, like, spawn point in every single push. That is strange. Like, sometimes it's closer to one of the sites that you are on that they like to spawn in. It's weird that it's never, like, in the middle. Most of the time it's towards one side or the other more. It is indeed like that. Let's use Calm Mind. It's so necessary. It's definitely the most useful move that I could be using, Calm Mind. You know what, if it is necessary. Sometimes I will be wondering though that what would be like the levels for certain Pokemon that I can defeat them? Like what is like the starting level? And I'm like talking like guaranteed ones, it's not like it needs to be a roll to be doing it, you know? Because you know, usually I do indeed be going with a quite a bit over leveled compared to them. But yeah. It's always the issue if you have a very slow Pokemon that it can indeed be very well being outsped. Even though it's like ridiculously faster than the dude, but you know, just because the speed is so bad. It's quite unlikely in most cases. But you know, still a possibility. Still a possibility indeed. One thing that I have found to be interesting in certain places, according like to food things, is that it's interesting that, you know, in some places certain things are like generally said that they are not good, like taste wise. But it's more interesting that in some cases they are changed either in like between the two versions of the game or like in the movies, for example. It's just interesting that, like, you know, different places have just the general idea that certain things are good or bad tasting, and they are willing to go as far as to do that. It's not like it's too necessary and not like too many people are to be noticing them anyways. It's still like, you know, a nice thing to be having. Yes, indeed. Of course, it's most likely not gonna be like specifically for your area because like that, like too specific, but usually like a bigger area that you are part of. Sometimes it could be just like it's only different in one country, but most of the time it's like a bigger area indeed. But as I said, it's pretty nice that they do it. It's like those nice little details that you might not know about because, you know, you might not be playing but only one version of the game or only watch one version of the movie. So you are never gonna be seeing the other option, you know? It's just interesting though that they do be putting that much effort into it. I don't know, that just makes me think that I would kind of like if in Scarlet and Violet you would be able to get like different reactions from the Pokemons based on the foods that you use on the sandwich. You know, maybe some like other things and some like the like others, you know. I think that could be quite cool to be having. It's again like a small thing that doesn't really matter, but you know, would be a nice thing anyways. It's indeed very interesting how things will be going like that indeed. Also soon gonna be seeing the middle of the going from sunset time to night time screen. Let's go. Still one of the nicest ones, but unfortunately you can only see them for like one battle. This technically should be a way to be getting it to what, like 2 times, but it's the timing is quite specific for that indeed. You know, sometimes you're spending a little too much time in the battle. And also there's the possibility that you just didn't encounter something quick enough. Yeah, we'll be doing few counters indeed during the nighttime then. Not too many, of course, but you know, few. Few indeed. Oh, now should be the special one. Yeah. Doesn't look too different, it just looks a little darker than the regular sunset time. Let's go. It's nighttime. Oh, it's not. It was so dark in the overworld, so I was thinking that it would be. That's not nighttime. Is this then? Yeah, there we go. So I did get 2 different ones there. I'm pretty sure. It's cool. At least now I can be sure when Minchino is shiny, because you know it's not pink on pink. Even though Stuffle is like that, but then again the shiny is quite noticeable. Even though I still think that Minchino should be more noticeable than I think, but you know the thing. Know the thing indeed. I'm very happy about, as I said, today's encounter number. 900 is definitely a good amount indeed. I mean, it's gonna be taking like 5 hours and 40 minutes, maybe? If even that. Considering that I did take like a break as well in between. And of course I haven't been hunting completely all the time. Even though I try to do it quite a lot. I don't want to be spending too much time in between each encounter, you know. I'm glad that I did manage to get out of there. There we go. Yeah, I'm not completely sure what I'll be doing tomorrow. Will I be doing anything? But yeah, I'm indeed not completely sure on it yet. We shall see tomorrow, I guess. Might be doing Animal Crossing, maybe? I don't know. Possibility, definitely. But not a very well the possibility is that doing this, for example. I was thinking that maybe next time that I'm hunting in here, I would be switching it to be like more in the nighttime. Like I would be doing more chime encounters. It's indeed a possibility. Oh. I wonder if there will be a Pokemon game at some point that for the wild Pokemon would be concentrating more on the sound, not like visually seeing you. I guess that could be cool, but then again, I don't know how well that would be going for like Pokemon's team and everything like that. But I think it could be like quite a nice thing to be doing though, like overall. Because indeed there is quite a good amount of Pokemons, in my opinion at least, that they should be relying more on hearing than seeing. I don't know, too bad. Very great example indeed. Like that could be a thing, you know? It could be kind of cool if they would be able to, you know, hear you instead. Like based on that two things. But yeah, I don't know how well it will be going into Pokemon game. If there is not gonna be a Pokemon game where like hearing is like in a sneak mission. But like that's about it really. Where I would be seeing it to be, you know, a thing indeed. And interesting to see, interesting to see. Oh. It seems to be the far-fetched at least to be showing before I will be going ahead and soon look for one. Always love to see them without that being the thing. This could always be, you know, a good chain for far-fetched. It's a possibility. It's quite unlikely that it would be going until the end though, but you never know. You never know indeed. It also seems like that, especially if after this one someone will be showing up to be far-fetched, we will be using all of the dazzling gleams. Does seem to be the case. But it's still quite a likelihood indeed. I mean, the only thing that it would be requiring would be to be having another Farfetch before, you know, the final one. You know, that shouldn't be impossible to do. It's a 5% anyways. It's not like I'm not gonna be seeing a lot of Drifloons anyways. Well, there we go. I soon even might be needing to switch the move that I'm using then. If you will be having another friend to show up afterwards. Yeah. I'm very glad that I was able to use all of Dazzling Gleams. Kind of the goal indeed. It's kind of the goal indeed. I don't think that there is a way that I would be able to use all of the psychics. I don't think that that would be possible in any shape or form. Are we gonna be leaving this place at all, or are we gonna be staying here rest of time? What will be the answer to that? Of course, soon I might be leaving because if I don't see a Farfetch'd in here. But apart from that, shall see. Yeah, it's gonna be unlikely then. Yeah. Phew. They did go away there. And I guess right now I also will be, if there will be a Farfetch showing up, I might be trying to avoid it for a while. And to see if I can keep that one there or not. Let's see then. You're soon to be having a level up as well. I wonder if you will be able to get it before the next heal or not. Hello! How are you doing? Also after this one I will be getting to look for the Farfetch'd. No, I don't have the Farfetch'd. Oh. That's a little bit of a problem. I guess I will be encountering the Swirlix then. Not gonna be wasting any time to be looking for one. Yeah, I have 2 faces for the Farfetch though already. I don't have the Farfetch yet indeed. Encounter Swirlix. Yeah, it's fine with me. I don't mind it. It's more rewarding, you know. Yeah, final encounter of the day. It's a regular old Farfetch'd. Yeah, it's gonna be it for today indeed. 2k, and I like to say like halfway to the odds. Because it's close enough. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around indeed. Tomorrow, as I said, I might be continuing this or doing something else. I'm completely unsure of that. We shall see. But have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. Remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed hopefully tomorrow. Until then, bye!